I could probably close this. My goal. Goodbye, Shadowbring. Hello, Endwalk. Man. Imagine if I forgot to turn on the audio. I'd be ripping my dick off. In the worst way possible. Ah, that's not gonna get old. Why no one told me about the 1 hour? I just woke up. Well, I mean, I'm in. It just opened up. In. Ugh. The queue's even bigger. I was in a queue of 3,000. And I'm not gonna make it either. It's gonna kick me out for some reason. I think somebody else clipped it as well. I'll be back. I'm gonna put up the pizza. What about Pally? Can Pally get in? Ah! Did I keep my space in line? Whoa. What the fuck? How did I get so far behind you, Jan? Emotional breakdown stream. Here we go. Yeah. I want to play the game. Come on, Square. Hold together! Oh, where'd Cat? Oh, he's just sitting there. I'm just hanging out. Hey, Cat! I'm in! I just imagine myself with like a Mickey Mouse balloon, the fucking Mickey Mouse hat. It's like, alright guys, I'm back from my vacation. I fucking love ew music. I'm kind of unfortunate about the the abbreviation, huh? Endwalker. Ew. You know you love it. Ooh. Anger, do you have some time to talk? I would like to gather everyone in Dawn's Respite and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Talk about my vacation. Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in the multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organization known as Telophoroi. The Telophoroi stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. Ah, the music. Unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Ah, man. Those shielded with the Blessing of Light seem able to resist being tempered, at least. After what happened to Arnvald and Ferdola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet while these threats close to home are paramount concerned, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Telophoroi are under the leadership of Fandaniel and one other delightful fellow, Zenos Yegalis, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. Yeah, you fucking know it. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varus, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. Quite an esteemed fellow, huh? The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession, but that has since changed, in troubling ways. Oh, that was a good loop. I love that. Aye, during our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. 'Twas an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labor to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events, too, were orchestrated by the Telophoroi. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. Oh, man, dude. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. It's Best Boy. We will find a way in Charlane, I am sure of it. Master Forchenault's comments regarding the final days were curious to say the least. The Forum knows more than it's letting on. Sorry to interrupt. We just received word from Mistress Krile. She says that the arrangements for your visit has been finalized. You have to head to Limsa Limita and board the next ship bound for Charlane. And on arrival, present yourself as associates of the students of Baldician. Come to assist with the Order's restoration. The arrangements may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I am eager to see it, of course. Of course. We should set off at once. Then I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. I forgot about the quest accepted theme. How'd I forget? Is Taro under there? Yeah, she is. Have I talked to everyone? I don't think any of these people are relevant. Bad one! I can wear it now. Alright, Tataru. Oh, I didn't talk to Urge. Or Thancred. I shudder to think what manner of truth awaiteth us beyond the indigo deep. Still more do I dread the prospect of discussions long overdue. Yeah, Thancred. Contrary to what you might think, this will be like going home for me as well. I may have learned how to survive in Limsa Lominsa, but it was in Charlayan where I was taught, quite relentlessly, I might add, the skills to properly live. That is all of them. Everyone's here, which is good, because I've already paid for your passage, and the fee is non-refundable. The ship to Charlayan should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Charlayan, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company.
Yeah, we're bros.
Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just, we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world. And once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
I'll bring him back safe and sound, I promise.
I'll hold you to that.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hey! The cash are looking as ridiculous as ever. Huh.
Hori! Coulternay! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye, we your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Sharlayan!
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, be careful.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent. And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
There we go. I found an NPC named Dickon. Game says no.
Here. Feel. Think.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt.
Hell yeah.
Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Sharlayan should be coming into view at any moment.
she is. God, answer's still so strong. I love it.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
I can trust your words no longer. Oh, that reprisal. You hear that shit? That soft piano of answers? Oh. Why now, Heidelin?
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer.
I don't know.
You have gained an understanding of what I truly am. What Heidelin has always been.
Oh yeah.
A primal. Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world. And I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield.
Wow.
Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it.
And there's the mask.
When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Honor the promise made another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks.
When she was still an Ascian?
Just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
I can't remember her Ascian name. I keep thinking of Zim, but that's me. I don't remember her name. Overmeld? Huh. Vinat, that's what it was.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Charlian.
Oh, I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian said. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Charlian proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
So we're locking Graha in a library. And we're gonna pretend it's the Crystal Tower, so he feels at home. There it is. Title drop. Hell yeah, dude. We're here.
Charlian, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
Would-be allies. Dude, Emmett Silk gonna make me fucking cry. Just you
I
fucking
thought they'd
wait.
never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
I'm trying to figure out the context of who he's talking to, and I think it's what Jesse Cox said. It's gonna be like Heaven's Word, where like we see it at the end, and it's like after everything's wrapped up, he's talking to someone. I guess us or Zim. Fuck, dude. I'm not ready, dude. I'm not fucking ready.
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Charlian all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Charlian only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders, especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge.
True.
If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
Hold on. fucking lyrics and... yes.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration.
What are we restoring now?
Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration offices were this way, as I recall. Shall we? Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Yeah.
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
Oh, I thought that was Mark of a Scion. Oops. I didn't do enough studying.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today.
What the fuck, Lise and Thancred? Did Lise have one? I don't remember. Did she? If she did, it's not on her neck. Thancred has me fucking curious.
And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Oh yeah, it would have been Ida. That's right. That's why everybody knew she was full of shit. Oh right. That's right. I forgot about that little bit of information. After Papalima did the thing, it like disappeared. It's like shit. Yeah, we were at the watchtower in near Gridania. Ishtella rule. Are they giving fake last names?
See how it glows. That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
No? Is that Ishtella rule? Have we heard her last name before? I don't recall hearing it. Yes? Yeah? God damn it. Ishtella rule. Yeah, I don't remember. Huh. How about that? Oh, she has nail polish.
Your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Oh, is that me? Oh, them. Oh.
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alize Leveilleur.
Lima just claim Archons. Yeah, you're right. Especially with a magic book.
Your applications have also been approved.
Oh.
Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny.
Oh, yeah. There it is. Damn. Oh.
And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Estinian and I. Hey.
Name and occupation?
You know what? Angered Pally. Champion of Eorzea. I say the world a handful of times. I need almost 2 hands to count.
It is a title well earned, I can assure you.
Hell yeah, my wingman.
An adventurer by trade is what your documentation indicates. No mention of this particular title. Self-appointed, I take it.
Wow.
Either way, your employer seems willing to vouch for your character, so I shall, albeit reluctantly, grant you entry. Champion.
Hell yeah.
And you, sir?
Estinian Valino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
Good point.
If you'll allow me... My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
God damn.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
I'm looking for if Kryl admits, or at least refers to, dealing with the Eureka stuff, because that would have huge implications for what she's capable of.
Kryl, it is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you all seem none the worse for wear.
Because she learned something very fucking important while doing the Eureka stuff.
There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we? Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Wow! I am unaccustomed to fabricating lies and unmanned. Why should it matter how I earn my living? Mighty boy. You are at last the great city of Sharlayan, You may have noticed some similarities with Crystarium, yes? In fact, Oh, but we should really let Krile have her say in this. We can continue this conversation at another time. No, we can continue right now. You are doubtless eager to take in the sights. Not to worry, Ingrid. The city is not like to vanish before we finish our discussion. Even allowing that the years I spent in the first passed here in the blink of an eye, the city feels untouched by time. Allow me to extend unto thee my warmest welcome, Ingrid. May the wisdom of my homeland aid us in our endeavors. I'm fine, honestly. Better to be waved through with a stern warning than be denied entry after all. That was about as awkward as expected. Still, we're here now, and that's all that matters. That's everyone, I think. Yeah. What is that? Oh. Alright. Let me in. I'm glad I spotted your ship coming in port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. Oh. I guess I could throw these over here for now. Woo! Right. You got butterflies with that? Eureka's referenced? Ooh. Oh, shit. Okay, so... I guess I'll just say it. So in Eureka, it is implied that... Well, not implied. It is, Oh, really? Huh. So at the end of Eureka, Krile is shown to pluck somebody. I don't remember if there was like a specific setup for it, but Krile basically procured the ability to pluck somebody from the Aether livestream. I forgot what it was called. It's just that, right? And honestly, the livestream is not as deadly as they make it sound it to be, because she could just do that. I see meowing cat. So if Eureka's referenced, that means that anybody just go nuts, Y'shtola. Green seems to stay. I don't really like the way it looks, at least not on the sword and board. Oh, hang on, anything new? Nope. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Anger Stinian's first time in Charlayan, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit, and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you all may have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings of the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at Baldician Annex. How's that sound? 'Tis a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at Levier Estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. I am equally untethered, as it were. There's no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aetheryte Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon. Oh right, we gotta get the Aethnet. Yes, we'll see you there. What are you thinking about, Urianche? I too have places that I would be remiss in not visiting forthwith. By thy leave. What of you, Estinian? My services as guide are yours for the asking. That won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. Alright, bye. But I could... Oh... Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be a perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Oh yeah, like 100-something years. Oh, of course, if you would have me. Come, Ingrid. Charlene awaits. Hell yeah. Best ending. I'm glad they didn't just toss Raha aside straight up. We're fulfilling his wishes. It makes me happy. Oh dear, his enthusiasm is infectious, isn't it? I wanted to check, the audio should be good. This mission is already fulfilled. Aw. I know. After you, my friends. I am more than content to follow your lead. Hell yeah. Nice. And do not forget Mistress Crowl, our worthy guide. Yep, yep. All set, and then let us be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the Last Stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbor. Cool. Conversation points. Oh, God. Alright. I'm gonna circumnavigate this fucking area. I'm grateful to have Cross help in reacquainting myself with this place. It's almost as if I'm seeing it with all with new eyes, as you are. Come on, let's hit the cafe. It may not seem so at a glance, but the Last Stand is actually a very important part of the city. Alright, let's find these fucking conversation points. I see one. Grab the Aethernet. New start radius? Yeah, this shit was fucking maxed. Holy fuck. Shoo! I know it was big, but damn. Greetings, traveler. Welcome to Charlayan. If it's knowledge you seek, you come to the right place. What is this place? Charlayan is the city of knowledge. Once a humble settlement founded by Archon Yunkref and the refugees he rescued from the great flood of the 6th Umbral Calamity, it has since flourished into the grand metropolis you see today. Prior to the Great Exodus, it was common among Eorzeans to refer to our Dravanian colony with the shorthand Charlayan, which resulted in the colonists unofficially dubbing our homeland Old Charlayan, or the Old World. Alas, the name appears to have stuck. But old or new, we continue seeking knowledge from all over the world to record in the Bibliotheca Historica, among other collections of invaluable wisdom. Gear beating boat guy? I am Wamimi. Wamim. An occasional lecturer at the studium. I specialize in natural geography, including history of the world, topography, and climate transitions. I like coming here for a bit of fresh air between classes, but for some reason, I'm asked for directions rather often. So I decided, why not act as a guide? Alright, where's the Gearbanian boat guide? I'm just hanging out over here, the ferry docks. You guys were just talking about? Oh. Oh, yeah. That boat with the Great Flood. It ended up in the mountains. Yeah, yeah. I got that. What was the name again? I want to make sure I remember it. Archon Yunkretf. We're going to be seeing that name a few times, probably. Now that is a sight one could hardly forget. The great statue of Thaliak. As a student of Baldician, I was usually quartered in the Isle of Val, but I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. Where's that? Oh, there it is. This path leading out towards the sea is known as the Thaliak Stoa, so named for the statue of the scholar which stands at its end. As you know, the Charlayan people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Thaliak was chosen as our patron deity, it was more a matter of pragmatism than belief, an alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honored him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restrictive as that of, say, the Shkardians. Individual Charlayans can and do worship divinities of their choosing. Alright, there's the quest area. Skirt. With all the unusual wares coming and going at all hours, I expect the assistance of an intrepid adventurer would be highly appreciated. I see no reason why you couldn't undertake any task which pique your interests. You've been cleared by the immigration officials, after all. I look forward to the day your name is celebrated in Charlayan the same way it is in Eorzea. Aww. This place is called the Peristyle, and is the first stop for cargo unloaded at the docks. You'll find the usual necessities for daily living and other imports vital to running an island nation, but also supplies that further Charlayan's pursuit of knowledge, namely, large quantities of books, specimens, and samples. Storing these stacks certainly seem to keep the attendants busy. Ah yes, the last stand. Now that is an inviting aroma. And here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Charlayan tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. Oh, so the food sucks. How could I put this? The food is bland. As encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf, the prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first, and taste a distant second. There was one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer. So he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedication outpost of fine dining in Charlayan, the one and only bastion of the culinary arts in the Isle of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu. Not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Charlayan when it came to cheap and convenient, Raha. But surely Tataru since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop when the time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall I press on? The stairs to the Santa Cafe there will take us up to the Aetheryte Plaza. The students of Baldeason would send us to investigate phenomena in locations across the world, so our funds were always stretched thin, and any spare coin I had went to books that caught my eye. Food was the least of my concerns, though now, having lived through some rather harrowing times, I've learned what a fortunate thing it is to be able to eat your fill. Alright, onto the Aetheryte Plaza. Got it. And there's the market board. Vendors. Rain's dad's an Estinian. I'm gonna stay with Charlayan. Stay in Charlayan. The Aetheryte looks different from how I remember it. An unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, that it's a perfectly functioning Aetheryte. Remember to tune yourself before we move on. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Charlayan stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of Allegan Aetherites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to the next destination. Our path leads northeast to the Agora, Charlayan's largest marketplace. Talking point. Oh, hang on, wait. Oh, the markets. I always did look forward to seeing what the new wares they had to offer. Return yourself to Aetheryte, and let's continue to Agora. Do you mind if I browse the shelves for a moment? There might be some hidden gems I've yet to read. Only a moment? How optimistic. Feel free to browse all you like, but we won't wait around for you. Perhaps I'll return here later. These little open-air book stalls are so uniquely Charlayan. I'd always thought them a common sight until I visited other nations. Oh yeah, look at that fucking range. No more the floor is efflorescence. Nerd! Ah, here we go, another talking point. Oh, this is cruel. I already talked to all the NPCs. Fuck. Speaking of Aetherites, those teleportation fees do add up after a while, which is why I tend to rely on the far cheaper ferry services. I was pleasantly surprised when Mistress Tataru informed me that the Scions are reimbursed for transportation costs as part of our duties, but I find old habits hard to break. That, and I'd rather not be bothered filling out the necessary paperwork. That's the entrance to the Confluence. I have no doubt their expertise will prove useful at some point, so I suggest you remember the way here. The what now? Taylor Swift casting. Ooh. I'm researching the Far East Tinkonto. Here's a bit of trivia for you. It is made of timber. Is that not absolutely fascinating? My, what a mysterious and exotic land such a place must be. Neat. Hey up, Tataru. I mean, I don't need this place. Anything worth cracking my coin purse for today, I wonder? Welcome to Agora, where you can find wares made in Charlayan, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of another place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I reselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop of our tour is one which has particular relevance in our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to Aetheryte Plaza, follow the path north, and climb up the stairs to that imposing building at the very top. Alright. These little decorative features are typical of Charlayan architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters on the Isle of Val were rather simple and rustic by comparison. Talk to you too. It's a fascinating experience to walk around the city and contrast my image of the past with the reality of the present. Yeah, rather jarring, huh? This is the Nymphium, an area dedicated to the blessing of water. For Charlayans, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It is a reminder of the Great Flood which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of knowledge which flows from Thalic's divine ewer. This is the reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city, and propensity for utilizing water as a decorative feature of our architecture. Neat. The building we're looking for sits atop the stairs to the north of the Aetheryte. Just keep walking up, you'll reach it eventually. The district we're passing through is called Archon's Design, a name which honors the 7 individuals whose contributions were instrumental in the founding of Charlayan. It is the city's political and financial center, and it also hosts a collection of research institutions. Neat. I hope that's not disrespectful. What an invigorating breeze. A touch biting perhaps, but pleasant nonetheless. The grand structure before you is the Rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations, debate policy. Although this stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here, one can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me in mind of my rival in the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Towers asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Charlayan. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, the Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the counselors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories must be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. Ah. Ah. Do you not feel the cold? Granted, it's not terribly chilly for these northern climes, but compared to the temperate weather of Limsa Laminsa... The journey's end occupies the eastern block city, so all we need to do is take the stairs down from Rostra, and keep heading east, of course. This neighborhood is home to the highest echelons of Charlayan society. I never did feel comfortable enough to wander these streets on a whim. We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us that this was where those who put ashore the Archon Yunkrif built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as the residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Charlayan families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. That estate belongs to our friends from the House Levier. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our little Charlayan tour to a close. I hope it has proven to be entertaining and enlightening experience. Now, shall we head directly to Baldician Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbor, cross the bridge to our right, then follow the path below the Aetheryte Plaza. Correct, after you angered. And we're still wondering. Neil, I hear you. The good old Annex. I used to bunk there whenever I had business in the city proper. Like the time I came to submit the thesis for my Archon qualification. Have I tired out with all this walking? Not to worry. I had rooms prepared for you at the Annex. Just follow the path west side of the Aetheryte, and we'll be there in time. Gotcha. Wait. Down here. Got it. I'm gonna walk. Alright. Good old Annex. Right, we cross the bridge here as I recall, stick to the path, and be careful not to end up back in the Aetheryte Plaza. Charlayan is full of educational and research institutions, but there are still professors who prefer to establish their own private practices. Not that I ever attended the exclusive schools they run in these residences. Perhaps the twins could tell you more about them. I guess I've already been over here, huh? Yeah. People are already looking for tanks. I'm 3 out of 4 on the XQ. Can I get a tank to get Instapop, please? Get fucked. Alright, where you at? This is it. Baldician Annex. I almost said Arsenal. That's the other BA. As the joyous look on Ra's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baldician Annex. If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive on the doorstep of a phenomenon. But I think we've explored enough for one day, and we can take you there another time. Inside with you, then. I'm back, and I brought Anger to Raha with me. Oh. Ah, you're right about the ship, then. Hello, Grahas. Nice to see you again. And it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Angered. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojka? Ojka Tsunjika? It's been ages. Ages. Yeah! I thought he looked like Ejka. Let me introduce Ojka, cousin of Ejka Tsunjika, an administration officer of the students of Baldician. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. I'm just like, no, he's way too pleasant to be Ejka. I read the reports on the Eureka expedition. I hope Ejka didn't cause you too much trouble. He's impatient and impetuous, but a good sort of heart. Okay, so she knows how to pluck people from the live stream. She's got that fucking skill. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had an occasion to visit Charlayan. Whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engaged in such activities. Now that our former headquarters is on the wrong side of the world, among other things, the annex has become our new base of operations for all intents and purposes. And yet it feels so empty, with so many lost to us. Our organization is a shell of its former self. The day will come when we will see the students rise again. But first, we must ensure that the Telophoroi fall. Through that door on the left there is the main hall, where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is, you probably have time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Andron, so please feel free to make yourself at home. Ah, the nap rooms. Perfect for afternoon doze. I hear that. Oh, didn't mean to give you the wrong impressions. The chambers are quite well appointed. Far more than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. 'Twas simply that we were often so busy with research, or exhausted from journeys abroad, that we would slip into Andron just to steal a few winks. And thus they became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following morning. Say the word, and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. Just hanging out, I guess. Just staring at me as well. To have papers pasted on the walls of your room, 'twas not usual for occupants to pin up notes or documents and such, and then forget to take them when they went on their merry way. Sometimes it was quite deliberate, though. You might see complaints addressed to other members, or a thank you card for the engrossing literature someone left behind. Beloved traditions that I should know better than to dwell upon. If we are to create a future for students at Baldician, and so many others, we must look to the days ahead. Minder. I mean, I won't really need to repair my shit. Welcome back, Andrew. Ready for a nap? Yeah. Clean sheets and warm blankets await. Rest as long as you like. Whoa. This is fucking snazzy, dude. Wait, what are all these? Huh. Did they add some stuff in the toy chest? Because I only had, parlay with the Manderville. Huh. Interesting. Specifically for ERP. Oh, look. Get used to that. I guess we've had the 2B stuff. Feeling refreshed alert? Our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us. Conservative anything, yeah.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we?
To defeat the Hunts.
Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal.
I mean, you can't just not think that after saying that phrase. Let's get down to business. It's hand in hand.
The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it.
Right. Bibliotheques.
And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois.
Right.
Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous.
Huh.
Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth.
I want to look at this posters later.
Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nadana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal.
Mulan's a good fucking movie.
In response to this threat, the Satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. It is possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnairian one. given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts. You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking. Of course, the more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavner. Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavner on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Alright, this caught my eye. I want that poster, to be honest. Yeah, that caught my eye during cutscene. Like, hold on. This is law. Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, it looks like it. Garuda. Dude, a lot of these pictures look good. Like, damn. So it's back to Thavnir. Had I known earlier, I would have considered more suitable attire. Though I've read much on the subject of Radha-Han, this visit shall be my first. 'Twill be interesting to see how the Hanish mean to contend with the tower, different as their magical and technological disciplines are. Alright, and I'm going with this crew over here. I still don't understand how the vote could be unanimous. What could possibly convince them all to turn their backs on Eorzea? Yeah, where they fucking live. If the Forum is intent on concealing its intentions, then a cursory investigation will avail us little, I suspect. We will need to dig deeper, and with the greatest of care. The process by which Forum members are elected is fair and equitable. Neither wealth nor social standing offers any advantages to a prospective candidate, but fairly elected or not, Master Batoya still found them all to be insufferable. I like that word a lot. Our tour of the city was a pleasant distraction. I feel more than ready now to tackle the challenge of the day. Let's do it. Hitting the books. An unsettling change has come over Charlayan, but together we will divine the underlying cause for the Forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the councilors directly is as fruitless than ever. They seem to have already come to consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge, which is why I began scouring Charlayan's archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day. But now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside Numenon, shall we? Exit the annex to the right and you will find the archives on the western edge of the woods. Oh, there's Jan. Where's the squad? My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of Numenon, Charlayan's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that. The archives of Numenon extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. What? And the vast halls of Great Google Library pale in comparison to Numenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Charlayan is free to enter and peruse its shelves. Well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I've dispatched Shola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alize and Alphino will help me continue my research through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Charlayan history or foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you a working knowledge of those. Unlocking hunts? Oh shit, already? Your task to find and study relevant publications. I promise you a working knowledge of these subjects will make it easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let's be about it, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they've found some promising tomes. Happy reading! I almost fell asleep. Holy shit, Dav, already? Dog woke me up, pee. Oh, it's only been 5 hours. Still got a ways to go. We pause to make convenience, but the reference desk is currently experiencing an unusual high volume of requests. Please stand by until this issue is resolved. Where these people come from? The title on the spine reads, Story of the Charlayan. Yeah. Long, long ago, on an island of the Northern Sea, there lived a Rogadin man by the name of... Oh, he's a Rogadin! Huh. Yunkref. Yunkrep was the very first Charlayan. He was the guy with the boat in Gearbania. I guess that'd be accurate, right? He founded Charlayan. Yunkrep was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. And so it was that he built the gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. Read the book. I do not remember. Well, here we go. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people toward the ocean. It was there, however, that Yunkrep's crew hauled them aboard his ark. But the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. Oh, God. With only moments to spare, Yunkrep wove a mighty spell of teleportation, and it shifted the entire ship to safety atop Abalathia Spine. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Yunkrep gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers and abandoned the ark to those red peaks. They journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. They landed on the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. That settlement prospered and grew, and in time, it became the city of Charlayan we lived in to this day. Yeah, see? Red cover book. Roads of the Old, the Colony. Many years ago, the banks of the Thaliac in the Dravanian hinterlands, a Charlayan colony once thrived. This settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study ethereal sea in the year 1311 in the 6th Astral Era. Is that the gate that we saw? That didn't go anywhere? At the giant door? Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion in the structures and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Charlayans. 50 years later, a forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Charlayan colony. Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Charlayan, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Charlayan inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the Great Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Idleshire. Oh. Huh. Never mind. Neat. Yeah, it does have a similar structure. Fuck. The following chapters go on to introduce the most prominent features of Idleshire. The book does not appear to contain additional information on the forum or cover the history of Charlayan Motherland in greater detail. That was a good fucking read, though. No, I guess it's no surprise. I believe they already mentioned that it was of Charlayan descent. I'm sure at least Crowd dropped that on us a few times. The voice of a growing city. Let's read it. In the years which followed the founding of Charlayan, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. Wow. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. The large number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Understandable. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions. But in the year 201 of the 6th Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Charlayan would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of nationwide votes. Thus was the forum, as we know it today, conceived and created. It's still cool that young Krip was real good. A row. An introduction to the heavens. Let's read it. Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but of vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think the dome above us to be a finite space, yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of a boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who could explain, in satisfactory detail, why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was the technologists of Alleg who came closest to understanding the laws which govern that starry abyss. It was they who launched Dalamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. To the moon! Fucking Dalamud. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? What if I were to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past? That their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly, but measurably as we journeyed into the future? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? This book's on the wrong subject. Search for works which contain details on the forum or mention the history of Starland. My interest wanes, I suppose. Forever 20 summers. Ooh. My beloved seekers of knowledge. Have you ever put learning before your health and neglected to feed and rest your body as you should? I too once engaged in such foolish practices. But one night, engrossed in philosophical study, I had epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so very few years in life in which to achieve our goals. I just thought of something. Sometimes, it sounds like fanfic. I was thinking it was like a fucking 50 Shades of Grey, or 51 First Dates. Sometimes you'll see, you know, people on YouTube who have like a research subject and they'll talk about it. Sometimes when they say epitome, I guess they never heard it spoken. They'll say epitome. I always find that interesting. I was like, I used to think it was called epitome when I was in high school. Epitome. Oh, yeah. It's spelled like this. Yeah, that's pronounced epitome, not epitome. Thus do I share with you this mantra. I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You can be 19 or 23 or 40. Whatever age you are when you discover this manual, let that be the age you aspire to remain. English, yay! Through mindful, healthy living, you'll extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research. Another day, another moon, another summer to grasp the greater truths you pursue. In the pages that follow, we will explore the secrets to maintaining one's physical condition from a biological, ethereological, and arcane viewpoint. It's on the wrong subject. The Stewards of Wisdom. Let's see it. During the chaos of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, Archon Youngkrep, founder of the Charlayan, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in the Northern Empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. That's a neat little outfit. Look at that. The Charlayans took to heart the words of their savior, and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other. A nation born of strength of minds rather than strength of arms. I see a lot of butterflies right there. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth in coin. And the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Charlayan would live by their founders' teachings, for the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star. They would eschew the tools of war, and with knowledge deliver the world. Okay. Still doesn't tell me why they fucking said no, so I'll have to trust in the Scion Squad, the Archons. Pit, pit, pit. Tap, tap, tap. Okay, I'm just waiting. Sorry, were you waiting long? I want to make sure I'd borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphino and Kryl should be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles of the Archon stacks mentioned the final days specifically, so I have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate. Plenty of comfortable places to read, and a ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphino and I were to return to Charlayan, we were not to be allowed to cross the threshold. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position, and that of the Forum, will perhaps lead to reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. And what of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family? Or do they not live here in the city? Ah, well, my situation's also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Charlayan, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Ilzabard, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelt in Corvos, the coastal region opposite of Island Thavnir. The Alligans founded a city in that fertile land, and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Mikote to serve as laborers. This fucking song, I know! Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign. And when the Fifth Calamity froze the seas solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Allag technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the region Locus Ammonius. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. Fucking eternal winds, I love it, dude. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allagan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices have been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allagan eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Allag. As the last child born of the Allagan eye, I was given over to the custody of friends of the students of Baldician, who had me registered as a Charlayan citizen. I never even considered. Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louisoix, was he not? The stories of adopted wives and rescued orphans are more common among Charlans than you might think. Yet regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient perspicacity, we outsiders could even earn the vaunted title of Archon. Yeah. It is exactly why I have such love for this country, and why I wish it to remain a nation of which citizens can be proud. Here, another good reason to get to the bottom of the form's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. 900% weight? Damn. Well, 900 ain't too bad. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books, Angerd. More company should be arriving any moment now. Oh, all these pets spawning in. Fuck. I almost just fucking started that shit. There are others better suited to poring over the old history books, so I thought I'd try my luck with more recent events. If I could find anything better to inform the form's baffling behavior. What else do I know about Corvos? Precious little, I'm afraid. I've not returned since Master Galuf first brought me here. I can tell you that Corvosi rebels still seek to slip the yoke of their imperial masters, though the fighting is far less fierce than it once was. Oh, and they have carpets. Flying carpets. Legends are quite extraordinary. You look around here, yeah. We've returned with our selections. Although I must say the pickings were quite slim indeed, Mistress Kral has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we will be looking into research papers on the umbral calamities as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarot firsthand, and I fear I may be overlooking critical details. Oh. Damn. I witnessed it. My thanks. Now, where to begin? First things first. What kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? Fuck. The worst kind of phenomenon you can imagine. Fucking vague. No, yeah, just a complete destabilization of creation magics. They just fucking lost control. Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc in all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested into terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the grounds, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Ishtola summarizes that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Ascians. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? There was a noise. Alphino, you got this! Yeah. They say it began with a keening sound from the land itself. A noise. And the bloop. Ah yes, the Amarotines spoke of it, didn't they? They never did hear the sound ourselves. Or we never did, of course. Thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. But it seems that each and every one of these catastrophes was preceded by this ominous noise. Eventually, it resounded all across the star, and not even emerald was spread. So the ground was crying out, you say? To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive, and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of Numenon's mammoths and ask after any books which make mention of such sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action they take? Well, I believe that's when they made Hydaelyn and Zodiark. Knocked Domin from the sky. Well, first it was Zodiark. Right? I think it was Zodiark. Yeah. Because they summoned Zodiark, and it was like, no, no, no. That's too strong. So Hydaelyn is just fucking Zodiark's babysitter. Just what? It's not like I was wrong. You should know this, Pally. I wasn't wrong! Why am I getting scalded? Fucking wag your finger at me when I say it was Hydaelyn. God damn! Just know this immediately. Yeah, and I immediately said it was Zodiark, right? Without question, it was a rhetorical question, I'll have you know. Yes, with Olympus serving as his heart. So many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiark brought salvation to the star, only that his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Then, once balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiark, a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. I don't know as far as neutral land. Yeah, well. It's been a minute. Or might have, had Finette and her followers not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. Apparently not me. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telophoroi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. Ugh! We've seen what they're doing with those powers of theirs. Is forcing people to summon primals a kind of catalyst? Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech? A convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash. But this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let's return to our attention to form, shall we? We should keep an eye out for Ishtolo, but 'tis time we begin studying these research papers. Okay. I'm sure you're not able to hear it, but I've got a key. I press on the keyboard to progress the text because my mouse sits right under the microphone. So I try to hit a key so you don't hear the fucking mouse sounds. I watched through VODs of watching cutscenes and that shit drove me crazy. Not so much yawn, but I couldn't stand it. I'm just like, give me another option. So for a while I used the PS3 controller, but I didn't like leaning over and picking it up, so option 3. Many forum members are also researchers or professors. If they know aught of the final days, then that knowledge might surface in their writing. That is my hope, anyway. What else do I know of Corvus? Oh, I've already read that. Flying carpets. Neat. I see a clump of hair under this key, which is funny. I thought I'd clean this shit. I spent a good while fucking doing this. Yeah, okay. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stacks produced 1 or 2 possibly useful books. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Riange learned of the source's reflection from the Garoon oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, that tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Google Library. It is even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason, then, that my colleagues, be they Archons or counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet, when he confronted Master Forchenault with knowledge of the Telophoroi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion, said they posed a threat. At the suggestion that they posed a threat, he seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us. Which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Yeah, because they know we're gonna fucking save the day, huh? Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. I don't have access to the lower levels. I guess they brought books up, huh? Sounds very illegal. You labor for what feels like an age as Ishtola's research assistant. Thank you for your help, but I think I can manage rest without your assistance. If I were you, I'd steal a few quiet moments for myself. Ugh. Ugh. Jeez. The efforts to gain Gratia's attention go unnoticed. He appears to be lost in his reading. I found not of interest so far. I think Ishola might be right about not getting our hopes up. God damn. That bad, huh? Oh dear, you look exhausted. But what of your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subject I mentioned? The day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a man at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. You might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Oh, I didn't even see what eye level these things were. 515? I slaved over these 530s, we're getting 515s. Ugh. Well, I did find one paper focused on the world before the advent of the first Umbral Calamity, but it reads more like a work of fanciful fiction than an actual academic supposition. Interesting. Ready for a cheap break, Angered? I know I am. Oh, actually, that doesn't sound too bad. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down in the harbor, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables, and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. Wait, what happened to tea? Fine. I guess I'll deal with coffee. Scholar's Arbor. I was gonna say, I didn't get the studium, but I thought I got all of them. Like, I have an 83, huh? I ain't leaving this place until I have burgers with Graha. You have the look of an outsider, and I have little less disgust with foreign barbarians. Wow, aren't you a fucking piece of work, huh? My friends and I were discussing the Mahachi and the practice of black magic. Did you know that... Wait, is it evening already? How long have we been sitting here? Oh, come on. Fucking blue ball me like that. Welcome, step right in. You place your orders. Sit down. The Gazette featured a piece about a so-called... Age to real time? What? Champion of Eorzea. Oh. Oh, okay. It's evening already? Yeah, wow. Funny. Hang on. Oh, I was talking to this person. The Gazette featured a piece about a so-called champion of Eorzea. Haha. They say that this barbaric hero has prevailed in a multitude of battles, like some avatar of perfected violence, and it's almost uncanny how closely you match the given description. Well, not coincidence. I'm not a fucking barbarian. The oven-baked lobster is one of the last hand's most famous dishes. The flavor is said to be phenomenal, but unfortunately, so is the price. I'll just take them burgers. As busy as ever, I see. How very Charlean that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Telepharoi. Might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? Alright, we're going on adventure. Yes, I don't believe I had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Telepharoi and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't young Miss Levier! My apologies, but I work in the offices of the Forum, and if word reached Master Fortunal that I was helping you... I see, we're sorry to bother you. Oh, I didn't talk to her. Someone here at the cafe should be willing to speak to us. Let's ask around. What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. Oh, you misunderstand, sir. We were simply wondering if you knew the Telepharoi, those enemies of peace have promised an end to all we hold dear, and... Wait, you're that House Levier girl, aren't you? And this man with you is obviously a foreigner. I heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge in their barbaric whims, and here you are giving truth to the rumor. I'll thank you to leave me be. I've not said the likes of you. Well, I must apologize. 'Twas foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Come, Ingrid. Yeah, I could have told you not fucking talk like that, huh? Well, the customers have been decidedly uncooperative. Maybe the staff will be more willing to answer our questions. Welcome, sir. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alice I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of the Last Stand. Oh, it's the owner. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion, in between lessons at the studio. That seemed like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alphino had set sail for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Lately, there's been gossip about your father just owning the pair of you. Everything alright at home? It's complicated. and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Lavier. No matter how discreet Master Fortunault may have been, news of your family's doings never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now, of all times? We have questions, and only Charlayan has the answers. And tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find? Information on this apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with us. I wish there was more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're a visitor, Charlayan, aren't you? Then few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server with none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're sitting down the food, and you might just get the answer you're looking for. Well, not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes need to go. The tea is set for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The omelet's one for our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisla. She's sitting at the outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them, you'll see Mikote gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Got that? If you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain again. Good luck. I can remember a few of them. Hey look, it's the soap from that game. The circle bottles. Hand soap. Hang on. Right. Oh, that is a Mikote. Hang on. Because this table talked about lobster, but it's not Mikote. So the Mikote wanted the lobster. Oh, fuck. Okay. No, okay. Got it, I got it. Here's the tea. For the chatty group. Oh, my tea set. Lovely, thank you. So what of the Telophoroi? Ha! The Telopha who? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them, or their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about ritual arcane practice of 6th Astral Era, common or esoteric, I'd be happy to talk your ear off. Oh yeah. Just fucking look at this. I mean, I'm sure it's fine. And they wanted the omelet. Tilafo. Who? Ah, finally. 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in. No time to waste. Telophoroi, final days! What do you know? What? The Telophoroi? Oh, yes, I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. That and some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. When will these old fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Best stay out of it, I say. The Forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. Urbane banter with a smile. You don't need to butter me up, you know. I've already ordered one of the most expensive things on the menu. At last, the oven-baked lobster's mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. Telophoroi Final Days, do you know? The Final Days? This is the first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend's been rushed off to his feet. It must be a busy time to be a gleaner. What? You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of sort. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Charlayan. Priceless books, unusual life specimens, and so forth. So named for those folk who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. Aye, by all accounts, gleaning is a most meticulous and demanding profession. If these Tlufroi make good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbor, and you'll see what I mean. They're carrying loads from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before, not like this. Well, that means it'd be in their best interest to kind of avoid this shit from happening, huh? That doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna switch out of this, butler outfit in a second. Any trouble with customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the Gazette are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. If the Forum does have secret knowledge, then they've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, that cup of coffee I promised. Hey! Nice. Oh, Yon Song. Yeah, so far so good. I'm liking it a lot. Let's enjoy our drinks elsewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle, away from the gossips that are wagging tongues. There it is. You just banned that. Oh, rip. Yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight. Hey, I'm sitting on a ledge.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Charlayan? Grahas said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently. They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat.
Oh. We can do roulettes. On our mains! Unusually large shipment.
Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual?
Yeah.
Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum.
Do they? Yeah, I guess so.
If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
That makes sense. Well, good job. We got 2 proficient swimmers too. Got to return. Aw. And I say yawn song. We should tell the others what we've learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to Numenon, and I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cups back. Welcome back, Engard. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? It's snowing. Jesus Christ. My character needs a jacket. Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. It makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats. But as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. A sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and cargo, that certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan to being put in motion. Let us see what theory we can build from the fact. As Y'shtola observed earlier, Numenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Engard and Alize learned at the last stand, we could be reasonably sure that most Sharlayans know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somewhat certain that the destruction of being perpetrated by the Telophoroi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, a Forum claims to be so occupied by duties of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. And now, the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it's a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves. And if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. Hell yeah. Anything better than burying my head in another dusty book? I understand not everyone is studious type. Consider this a welcome change of pace, then. As for myself, there's a few more subjects I would like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That would be great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's head down the stairs over there, and I'll show you where the entrance is. I need to put on a fucking jacket. It's snowing! He did say it was cold. I should have fucking guessed, huh? I still can't decide what jacket I like. This one has a better texture, but I like how this one's kind of high-fitting. Hang on, am I still able to talk to someone over there? Yeah. Watch your step in Labyrinthos. It's rather more perilous than a simple storehouse, although that will likely make the experience all the more attractive to an adventurer like you. I could always just fucking throw that on. And that even. I wear the jacket. Ready? Labyrinthos is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so stay close. Off we go then. Oh hell yeah, everyone's walking. Oh god damn it, she's walking so slow. We really should move along. Now we run, try to keep up. I got debated. Up here. The rostra, not far now. Uh-oh. Here we are, through this door and down the stairs. You did remember to tune to the shard back there, didn't you? It will make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. leave the jacket on for now. Squat. Oh. Unlock Chocobo Keep. I've not been to the Labyrinthos in the longest time. Even as a student, my visits were few and far between. You didn't take a wrong turn into Rostra there, did you? I doubt the Forum would take kindly to you barging into a private session. How did the Forum learn of the final days, and exactly how much do they know? More to the point, what do they intend to do about it? Hopefully the answer to at least one of those questions lies below. What was that about wrong turn? Oh, I guess it's not really. Oh, in there. Oh yeah, I've been in there. I've been in there. MSQ buddy boys! Well, here now, yes. I've taken the liberty of securing permissions for our group's descent. Right, everyone onto the lift, and down we go.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky.
Ah.
In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge, buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Wow.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Yeah, there's the buddy boy.
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Ugh. Did you call to me just now?
No.
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Yeah, I'm sure this isn't going to come back up, huh? Oh, really? Hang on. Gotta fix something. Ah, okay. I can mount up in here. Nice. Oh, this is an entire... Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay. You want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books, and ore, and fauna. If it needs hauling, I'll haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock in labyrinthos. You know, sort and tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. Then, with no warning at all, this mess got dropped in her laps. Orders from the high. Damn if I know the reason. Could be they're changing layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion? Huh. Let me think. The reseed should be item 1058, Cuban seeds 1059, snowberry 1060. Or are they 1061? My head feels like a stuffed mocha grass. Why more loads take them out and then carry in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Corthian carrots for the Gearbanian carrots? What then? Oh. Boots? You need help give me more headaches? Because you don't have the look of a gleaner, and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now a pack of marmots running loose. Any luck, Edgard? What tales did the gleaners have to tell? So this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That'll explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right, the foreman is definitely up to something, and they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. Yeah, Castlevania. That's where the butterfly book came from. Is there no one else here? I guess there's somewhere else. We would do well to learn more of what specifically the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If you're game angered, I have an idea. Didn't one of the Gleaners you questioned say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if we were to help him capture said creatures, he might be inclined toward a more friendly and enlightening conversation. In the meantime, I'll turn my charm upon the Gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting! I always think of this. Just the kind of condescending crouch. Like, oh yes, I'm listening. This is a fucking treasure trove of memes, by the way. my favorite, I'll have to find it. I can't show it on stream though. Is you know, wrong, but then like third option, which is correct, is just like the tall dude just picking up and fucking the short dude. Correct. That's how you do it. Hang on, I got another one. It's just fucking full. Of just fucking nonsense. Pull a few more. You wish to help me find the marmots. I have nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome assistance. Name's Ehrenville, friend, specialist in the collection of life specimens. That said, to capture these Naxian marmots as a trial, I have no desire to repeat. Wizard mice, they call them. For mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in the sack. Gently, of course. Gotcha. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not seen any scampering around here, so we'll need to widen our search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard. There are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot, or you. Yeah. Opposite trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. Got it. How'd you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 accounted for. I got it right here. The plump, wriggling form of one greatly annoyed grizzled mouse. Got it. There's the odd marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. Thankfully, the marmot seems to be unharmed. They've held up well into isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. Yeah, my thanks. Who told you you'd get them in the first place? Honestly. A little ridiculous. Haha. Nudge, nudge. Why, the authority in charge of Labyrinthos, now in perpetuity. The same officials who've had us working day and night of late. The honorable members of the forum. Who else? Suitable for consumption, easy to breed. Those were the 2 conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. There you are, Angered. Is this the gleaner you mentioned? The one who was looking for lost marmots? Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk, anyway? I am Kral of the Student of Baldesian. These others are my associates. Truth be told, the forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That is why we made the descent into the Labyrinthos. We hope that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls. Other animals capturing enclosure's empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more of your services. More for your services. Bye. Did you learn anything new from your friend there? So he confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. Looks like they're trying to be self-sustainable. So that when the world ends around them, they can just fucking live on. I don't know. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We also discovered when the operation was begun, the Forum contacted the Gleaners Guild ship and put their people to this great work for some 4 days after the Telophoroi made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners kept abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus, I'm inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives the distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but awaiting the right time to put it in effect. And Telophoroi's declaration was what set it all in motion? It seems likely, but let us not keep to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation in Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archeon? From there, we can reach the lower... Oof. Akral, what's wrong? I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me with a bit of a headache, that's all. Nothing that will stop me from soldiering on. Well, let's be about it then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I can remember the way to the Archeon. We follow the path east through the forest where you were chasing after that mouse. Or marmot, was it? Anyway, 'tis the trolls you need to watch out for. Behold the Archeon. As Numenon serves as Charlane's literary archive, so does the structures house the city's wealth of material data. It came too late, though? No. We still got some information. The architecture, too, is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance and access point to the vaults carved into the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archeon contains a physical history of Charlane's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Whoa! Whoa! Look at all these quests that open up. Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let us proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. Oh, I was gonna say, I can buy my mount speed. No, I can't. I do have a shit ton of bicolors though. Right? Yeah. 481. Well, it's not a shit ton, but it's quite a bit. Oh fuck, that's not the quest giver. Shit. I misclicked. Greetings. We're here to pursue the Archeon's vaults. Peruse, you are clearly not Gleaners then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Baldician, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Wow. Not us, then. I suppose we had better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? That service has also been suspended, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. Wow. What? So this is as far we could go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operations concluded. By that time, it'll be too late. And we're so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside for a moment, shall we? The students of Baldician. Wow. Why so venomous, dude? What the fuck did we do? The Forum must be wary of exposure indeed to so heavily restrict the use of public institutions. If they're going to close off facilities, then they ought to announce it. The students must be furious. Labyrinthos... I feel like I'm mispronouncing it. Labyrinthos, no? Is constructed in the shape of a mortar. The upper layer is called the outer circuit, and the medial circuit lies one tier below us. We're at an impasse. As we have no other leads, I should like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. Breaking and entering. It is likely that people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we are to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. I'm strong. Alright, let's see. What about you? Ah! Dang it, this was the triple triad. Am I taking lift? Oh no, we're just students. They won't let us onto the Archeon. Even though we found... Actually, I have no idea what we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere, but it was wandering around Tranquility, so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Squeal, squeal. Honest little squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until Archeon's open again. Is that one of our flying pigs? Well, that means something. What's that? Take you down a lift with me? Sorry, not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now have I finally found a spare moment for rest. You've got weird-looking glasses, sir. I did see a gleaner fellow heading out the gate there, though, shouldering a large pack, engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever it is he's doing. Acoustic guitar version of Endwalker. Just like Undertale? Which song? Oh, the Undertale song, right? Acoustic guitar? I don't know if I've come across it yet. No. Yeah, I think I have. I should have. Where the fuck? There he is. Quiet, you'll frighten it away. It's our boy, Endwalker. Ah, it's you again. I didn't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The cloud can... I just spit everywhere. I need to capture it close. Very close. I'm your guy. You wish to help me with this too? You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green, and its cry is a distinctive caw. Single it out and shoot it with this sleeping dart. The effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait down by the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure you're the right one. A distinctive caw. Caw. I see you. What? Just a single caw. It's not that. It's got to be this one then. By process of elimination. Ah, it's Cody. We're playing Endwalker, new expansion, Spanciano. I'm loving it so far. Hell yeah. Thanks, Jan. We heard him talk. He gets voice lines. He's an important character. I figured he would be.
Done. Let me truss this one up, and I'll make my way over to you.
There you are. Any new revelations?
I got a bird.
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill.
So how are you doing? I'm thinking about you. You doing alright?
I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
That's a good point.
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
What's below, though?
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum.
I've been alright.
The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands.
I've got a stray
Even
cat walking around
Archons
my
are
room.
not privy to the truth.
I'm gonna see after the cutscene if I can pull him up.
Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
Oh my god, the Blizzard lawsuit and just everything Blizzard right now. Between World of Warcraft and Kotek, it's all just a fucking circus. Just an all-around shit show.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
No, just take us down the lift, homie.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible.
What?
Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
Oh.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
Oh, dude, flying here is gonna feel so good. I can't wait.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you'd do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
I never would have noticed this cave on my own. Thank the scholar that the Erenville knew of it, and that you were there to persuade him to share. Well, it's just along the road, right? I took a quick peek inside, but it's awfully dark in there. The medial circuit with the Erenville mentioned is the tier directly below us. Unlike the lowest level Labyrinthos, with its rigid security, one can usually roam the middle layer quite freely. Let's see what we might find. This must be it, the entrance to the mine shaft. 'Tis faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures homed there by the researchers, you think? Well, these living beasts aside, we will need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. Anyone? When do I get my stuff? Every 2 levels? Yeah. 2, 4, 6, 8. I get my shelter on Mastery next. You're here. Alright, bye. Man-made though it may be, this shaft was designed to resemble a natural cave system. Heed Aaronville's warning and do step carefully. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked the gear, then I say we head on in. Given the train ahead, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to fight. Take it slow, don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again on the other end of the tunnel. Alright. That mineshaft was infested with mythocraps. Some sort of research project, I wonder. I suppose they are a most unusual creature. Why do they develop such long limbs when all I do is shuffle about narrow tunnels? Penelope pineapples. Angered, did you know that Kryl almost took a tumble back there? She can't possibly still be dizzy from the lift. Yeah, she's fucking lying. I was being careful, I swear. The slope was steeper than I thought, and I lost my footing for a moment, that's all. I'm not injured, if you don't count my pride. Everyone seems to have made it through without incident, nothing of consequence at least, and, as promised, the tunnel has delivered us into the medial court. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Aaronville's assumptions hold true, that specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let us follow a path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. Righto. Oh god. All the way north. That's where I'm going. There's Jan. Oh shit. I should probably take that. High five. Yeah. I can only wonder why you're coming all the way back. Just kind of existing. I feel that. And there's CS LOL. Hey. Yeah, God. I think I'm 180. You're gonna come back at like a few months later. It's like, hey guys, I made it to 90. Double digits, I did it! It's like how low can you go? This past week, not so much. Yeah, Thanksgiving. Oh, dude, there was a sweet potato casserole that nobody ate, and they're just fucking shoveling that shit down. It's like, dude, how's nobody enjoying this shit? Aha! Now I know where we are. This is Merrill Agronomics. I don't remember, Cody. What was your consensus on Final Fantasy XIV as far as story? Because I remember, I think you said you were doing Shadowbringer's story, but I don't remember if you finished. I did not. Oh. Oh, you're on Shadowbringers, right? Not Shadowbringer's story? Yeah, I find that shocking. So I think 14 has a really good story. like incredible. Probably one of the best video game stories I've played. And coinciding with the music production as well. ARR was kind of a slog up until the end. Heaven's Word was really good. Stormblood was okay. And Shadowbringers, I thought was really good. Post Shadowbringers? I bought some giant chest laser thing. I don't know what that means. I think of Alexander. That's the last thing I remember. It broke my heart when I was talking to Jess about Endwalker and whatnot, and I found out she skips cutscenes. I'm like, what? That was in space. Oh yeah, Amarot. Damn, really? Still not excited about the story? Well, shit. Okay. Well, no, I don't know if I can convince you to go back through the story and read everything and really take it all in. You know, I definitely don't regret diving headfirst into this story stuff and reading everything. I'm just really trying to get a firm grasp of like what's going on. How do I get my gift sub back? I mean, at least as far as I know, he's paying attention to the story. Jess broke my heart. And she was like, yeah, I skipped the cutscenes. And like, the more I dove into that comment, it turns out she doesn't believe any video game could have any good story. And that's just beyond her interest. I was like, well, you read books and watch TV shows, right? It's like, yeah. It's like, well, video games are another medium of storytelling. She's like, no. I'm just like not having it. And it's like, oh, man. It's fucking breaking my heart. Mariol Agronomics. Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. And it is this facility which coordinates and oversees these efforts. The fruits of the research goes to feed their Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable successes might make it to Agora. Foods so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name. Only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no gleaners hereabouts. Yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. 'Tis possible they know something of the form's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, would you say? Yeah, why the fuck did everybody not want to fucking help us? See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same, or cast about for useful clues. Economic movement seems so ahead of you. Okay. Oh wait, there's a current near me. Oh no, it's more north. Oh, hello there. Was expecting visitors. No, a few said the lift being restricted. How did you make it down here anyway? I walked. The mine shaft, you say? Well, you're a much hardier soul than I am. I'm keeping tabs on the glamour I'm looking at. Looks like this dude has some half-worn overalls. Can't be fucked to put on the other strap, huh? Mine shaft, you say? Well, you're a much hardier soul than I am. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such nasty with a guided tour of the fields, but I'm afraid the forum has this filling order list a mom long. Yeah, I think... You finished MSQ? No. I think the Forum is fully expecting for there to be like a another calamity. They're just trying to be self-sufficient, just letting the world die out while they carry on. Massive yet detailed requests, literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we'd be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for our explanation and was met with vague assurances that all were to be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. Well, thanks for being forthcoming, at least. Not being passive-aggressive. Do I have aught to be taken down below? More than I can carry, and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift, but some has been earmarked for ethereal transport. Hence the stack of crates atop that hill over there. God, telling a lot if that slope is job in half. Ugh. I want his coat, I want it! Whose? You want the overalls? Or this dude? Oh, this blue quest NPC? Oh, I haven't seen him. Oh, I'll be a minute. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one's a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising given that it's native to a particular locale in the very place upon which Labyrinthos was modeled, a region in the south of Ilzabard. Oh, that's where Graha lived. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for myriad flora, I think. At least, I remember mentioning it. Allowing for myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperature plains, which in turn transition to a hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territories ever contested, as you might expect, used to be called Corvos before the Imperials renamed it Locus Amoenus. The Forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climates we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It's since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments in cultivation. Riveting. Yeah, just crates. Shit. Got it. Labels on the crates tell the story of their contents. Bundles of common seeds and saplings accompanied by sheaves of reports. Oh.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion. You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy. Dark, subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect.
Can I set a form ground city? Yeah.
And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
It's a crafted set now. Well, next expansion you'll have the
aught of interest.
Current set you're trying to farm. There's some neat little flowers here.
A flower that reacts to one's feelings. Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we fail to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly. Isn't that the entrance to the Arcane?
Let's fucking go. Oh.
Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
It's our bunny boy.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member? Or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all... Crier?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
I can almost reach you.
Birds are fighting for their lives. Forgive me, my attention has been elsewhere. We were following Ernville, weren't we? Let's get after Mari. We waited too long as it is. It feels wrong to spawn Ernville. Hopefully he's been. But what other choice do we have? Is Cross still feeling unwell? I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We can't let our quarry slip away. Ugh. Do you see which way Ernville went? No. Ernville was heading westwards along the path outside of Archeon. Come, we can still catch him. I can still hear it. We've fallen too far behind, and this damn mist won't help matters. It seems Chola wishes to have a word with us. We lost him! That's still tea. Yeah. Hold a moment, I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Logisticon Beta, one of Labyrinthos' climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, which one could access the upper or lower tiers. Aye, if I were an agent of the Forum, it would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we expect to find Ernville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. If only Graha and his vanish spell were here. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Oh, don't do it. Hippity hop, my little toads. Oh, okay. Goodness! Unaccustomed transfiguration. Worry not, it'll wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Ernville. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I'll refresh the enchantment. And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would learn anything of note. Which reminds me, where are the creatures hereabout? In that form, you are essentially defenseless. Wow. You have chained to a toad. You must remain transfigured in order to progress with the quest objectives. You will return to your transfigured status if you move too far away. Look to your map to effect. Yeah, talk to Stola. Fucking, she said there's more ways he could be invisible and fucking send us to the live stream. I was waiting for it. It's like, live stream. No! Don't do it! Bad idea. Ribbit. I would enjoy being a toad for a little while, if only for the change of pace. But Stola's right. I'm too preoccupied with other matters. Stand still while I cast spell. Yeah. We're good. Rivet. Alpha... Alpha Toad and Alley Toad are now accompanying you. Keep them at your side in order to proceed with the quest objectives. And you can leave your quest companions. Yeah. Oh. There's a ribbon. Oh man! Hunt targets. Alfie Toad attempts and fails to shake his head, but you nevertheless understand that he's telling you this is the wrong way. Alley Toad turns to face north. Perhaps she is suggesting you cross the bridge. Wow, I think it just kind of charged over here, huh?
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work.
That jacket.
So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Charlian scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
Yeah? Yeah?
In an age long past, Charlian was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full.
Oh.
While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Yeah. Our toad performance needs to work, apparently. I'll have to pay more attention next time I see one. Well, I suppose we should have known a gleaner who specialized in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived, yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps, we discovered a new piece of the puzzle. This momentous duty the forum agent mentioned. Charlayan has been called to action, and the Telophoroi's declaration was a catalyst. Whatever change it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eorzea's request for aid. If we happen to cross paths with Ernville again, I should like to thank him properly. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the Gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Stola and Trial for the moment, see what they think of this. It's funny how normal the force seems now, as the Toto is all so much more ominous and threatening. Where's Croft? Oh. Welcome back. I trust you found Aaron Villain. Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Kryl, then discuss how we'd like to proceed. That's when we find her back at the farm. She was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near this flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas, just in case she decided to wander. Oh.
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting.
Aw.
She said you would need it for the journey ahead. Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wish that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well.
Oh.
Her, and and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower. Walk free, for you are free to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first. So weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress. You can't be serious! We've done nothing wrong!
Uh-oh.
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian.
Oh.
A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
It is not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What, then, is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Grah! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Oops. And he's locked away.
Silence
Shackles.
is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together.
Hell yeah.
I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
Nice.
The Forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Oh my god, we see Krau's hair. Look at that.
These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
Damn specific.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Huh.
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuno. I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Oh.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, hmm? By their own admission, these scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Well.
Order! We will have order! Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldessian are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlian. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand.
Half and half.
I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed.
Okay.
Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Oh, that could have gone better. Thank the gods for Skolok Monteshane. I'll have to hear his name spoken at least a few more times. I absolutely loathe arguing in circles. My father may be right. I am still groping in the dark for answers. But I needed him to know that I would never stop searching. I owed that much to Arnvald and myself. You may encounter some raised eyebrows, but do continue to claim the students as your sponsor wheresoever the need arises. I believe in the guiding principle of the Scions, and I know my grandfather would have as well. My apology for the trouble I caused you. I was pondering in the significance of what I had just read as I left the restricted section, and knocked over the security amendment on my way out. I promise to be more vigilant next time. Jesus. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city. and our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the form discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedoms so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn aught more of substance here in Charlayan. If this were a Blizzard game, this would be where the quest ends. Alright, come back in a few months and get the next quest. Plus buy the book, please. Read our comic book we uploaded. Oh, no auto text. I don't trust that shit. The overall picture is growing clear, yes, but that's in spite of the forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival, come what may. Is father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family? Alphonse, Alize, it is you! When I heard you'd been dragged before the forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I'm so very glad they allowed you to stay. Mother? Oh, I thought so. I saw the hair and ponytail. I'm like, it's gotta be. Hell yeah. Emiliance Levier at your service. And you fine people must be the sounds of 7 dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Mother, please, we don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches father that you are here... Ah, damn, I missed it. Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Fortunault are not in the best of terms at the moment, but I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. And timing couldn't be better, as matters stand. We shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go, visit your home. We'll be back at the annex when you're ready to rejoin us. It should be looping soon. I'm not sure Angered, what do you think? Angered? The Angered Pally? What a splendid day does this turn out to be. Champion of Eorzea, I insist that you join us. Oh, well, how about that? But we must be quick about it. Not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servant would be made to suffer the consequences. Angered, if you'd be so kind as to escort my children to the estates. Oh. And then she's gone. And with her, any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, C3. I'm sure Alphonse thinks nothing of it. He invited classmates over all the time. But well, I wasn't the most... It was a different time for me, alright? I apologize. My mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I am glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you, Ingrid? Though it seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it. Will you accompany us on our visit home? Oh, it's called Home? Oh, I thought you were talking about the Undertale song called Undertale. You could already stop. I was just jamming. That's it. You can stop. Let's give Alice a push and then be on our way. Fine. If we're going, then let's get it over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers. Thank you very much. Why ever not? Your room was always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you couldn't bring yourself their way. Childhood toys. I mean, never mind. Levier Estate's that way. Straight down the stairs. Come on. Levier Estate's on the northern part of Journey's End, just down the stairs from the rostra. Please don't make a fuss when we get there. It's only a house. After all we've been through together, 'tis strange to be here with you now. To come full circle to see how much has changed. I'm going on adventure. Alright, that's enough. Kind of funny there's this floating bug. Let's see. And it's only the mill characters. Graha, Alphino. They just fucking float in the air. There he goes. My sounds are flooding the mood. What is this? Oh, they're fucking ready. Fucking gravity's taking them away. When Alice and I were little, this bridge was as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother or servant was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. And now look at us, traveling to different continents, different worlds even. As children, Alfred and I wouldn't even wait here for our father to come home from work. It must have been a day when his meetings ran along, because I remember growing restless and leaning out over a railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at the exact moment, came pounding down, pathing panic, crying out my name. Oh. Damn. And here at last. Please, do come in. Whoa.
Welcome home,
my lady.
What? What are you gawping at?
The Scion headquarters must seem squalid indeed.
I'll have you know I'm quite fond of the Rising Stones.
Oh.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
And not only is that an unhealthy relationship, but goddamn, that's gotta be stressful for the butlers. Fucking for real.
No, Mistress Alice, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
Keeping secrets. Shit.
We shan't be long.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures.
Aww. They talked
I'm
about...
sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name.
Wow.
"'Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits."
Ooh.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect.
I was wondering where they're gonna get new fucking...
Mother,
New fucking drip.
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphen.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
Weaponry? Sage?
If you'd allow me, Master Alphino.
Alpha to Sage? Hell yeah.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father.
Oh, fuck.
Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days. As a student, he was often called upon to venture into the field.
I feel like we're breaking boundaries we shouldn't be breaking. Fuck.
He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry. I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortunato has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Jesus.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
I think would have done anyway, yeah. And that was that. Only gods know when we'll be back again. Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her, and I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversations. Our visit was all too brief. For now, however, it will have to suffice. As will these tokens of home that we carry with us. These gifts will help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality. Let's return to the annex and rejoin our companions. Wait. Save a ticket. Alright, part 2. Don't think for a moment I'm jealous of Alphinaud's new weapons. They're far more suited for him than me. Oh, hang on. We left for Eorzea in matching outfits, but our styles, both fashion and fighting, have long since diverged. If anything, I'm proud of the differences between us. If I intend to master these sages' armaments, that will mean learning to imbue them with the same aether that I poured into Moonstone and Obsidian. It is difficult to grasp the essence of such an entity. For me, it will help to think of the Noliths as allies in battle, simply a new form of energy which went into manifesting my carbuncle companions. What? Moonstone and Obsidian. Huh. Of which we don't have appearances for some reason. I'm surprised people don't ask for it more. Tired already? Getting there. Been yawning. For us to feel responsible for the schisms of House Levier would be pure hubris. After all, we are merely on the outskirts of what is essentially a family affair. And yet, neither can we claim the indifference to strangers. To hear their mother welcome them so warmly was a joy and a relief. As curious as I am to learn the truth of this duty, I wonder what else the Forum is hiding. A calamitous secret whose origin lies in the ethereal sea. Duplicity aside, however, I do not believe Master Fauchenal means us ill. Even the harsh words he has for his children stem not from anger, I think, but desperation. Now, I assume he wants to just protect them, which is why he changed and started working more when they were born. To create a safe haven for them, even though he nearly exiled them, but you know, neither here nor there. Yawning for nearly a decade or more. Yeah, lay claim to that. Enjoy your time with the Leviers, I hope. I want to ask how the twins fared, but the neophytes tell the tale. I only hope that we can help them reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret the Forum strives to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Hydaelyn is sure to guide us going forward. I'm confident that once you've scouted out the situation in Thavnir, we'll be well equipped to plot out our next move. It's wonderful how a garment given in love can so easily change one's whole outlook. I remember when I was still coming to terms with my talent with the Echo. Just being wrapped in the robe my grandfather gave me somehow made everything less daunting. Alright, mission failed. We failed the 24-hour streak! Fuck!